Good evening. Interrupted me. Good evening, everyone. I'm glad to see all of you here. So I will call this meeting to order, and we have a special joint meeting of the Milpitas City Council and Housing Authority of November 4th, 2025. We will call this meeting to order. While this meeting is being broadcast via Zoom, oral public comment may only be provided live at the City Council meeting in person. The City Council meeting is available for instant translation in over 60 languages with Wordly, accessible via mobile phone, computer, and video displays. So by scanning the QR code located on the title page of the agenda, you can find it there. So back to today's business. City Clerk Guzetta, please take the roll.
Vice Mayor Barbadillo.
I am here.
Councilmember Chua.
Here.
Councilmember Lamb.
Here.
Councilmember Leanne.
Here.
Mayor Montano.
Here. Okay, so before we adjourn to closed session, City Clerk, Acting City Attorney Creech, please brief the public on the closed session items for today.
Thank you, Mayor. You have two items on closed session today. The first is conference with labor negotiator pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6. The agency's designated representative is Rick Balanos of Lieber, Castile, and Whitmore. The employee organizations are ProTech, MidCon, MEA, and unrepresented employees. The second item is public employee appointment and hiring pursuant to Government Code Section 54957B1. The employee position is city attorney.
Thank you very much. So I will call for public comment on this closed session item. And for tonight, I will limit it to 2 minutes.
Yes, Mayor, we have several speaker cards. The first is Veronica Bejinas, followed by Zuhal Lambert.
Welcome.
Hello, Honorable Mayor, Vice Mayor, and City Council members. My name is Veronica Bejinas. I am a longtime employee of the city and a proud member of the Mid-Con unit. I grew up here. My sister's family still lives in town, and I truly love working for the city of Milpitas. If you want to continue retaining dedicated employees and encouraging them to build their careers here as I have, I urge you to approve our contract with what we believe is a fair and reasonable increase for our employees. Thank you for your consideration, and we appreciate it.
Thank you.
Next, we have Zuhal Lambert.
Welcome.
Thank you. I'm back. Greetings, Honorable Mayor and members of the City of Milpitas City Council. My name is Suha Lambert. I'm the city's Environmental and Regulatory Compliance Specialist. I make sure that the city's operations are in compliance with state and federal regulations. I'm here to remind you that what MidCon unit is asking for is an equal playing field with the rest of the bargaining units in the city to foster employee retention and thus not losing institutional knowledge by high employee turnover. When you go into closed session, please think of the staff that execute your vision, process payroll, interface with the public, keep track of the city's assets, and some of which live in the city. Please consider that not honoring the 2021 agreement may result in lack of employee retention, losing, again, institutional knowledge, and loss in productivity, lapse in customer service to the community we serve, and potential safety and environmental violations. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
I have no additional public speaker cards, Mayor.
Okay, is there anyone from the public that would like to make any comments? Now's your chance. Welcome.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the City Council. Margarita Mendoza with the Public Works Department. I'm a senior analyst there. Just wanted to address you before you go into closed session to make what we consider a very, very important decision to our livelihoods and our careers. We understand you have a very difficult task in front of you, and you have to balance the budget and also look out for the other items it takes to run the city. But we want to let you know that even though a COLA can be seen as an expense, it's an investment, and it's an investment in us, the people who make the projects happen here in the city, the people who help Milpitas residents day in and day out, and people who want to continue to work here but are finding it very difficult when we are seeing everybody around us getting different degrees of COLA or compensation, or other cities providing different compensation. And morale is starting to take a dive. We have other unions that have decided to come and join us. A lot of them decided to come now and support us, either quietly or just hopefully with their presence. They are letting you know of their support. Nobody here is, none of the other employee unions are stating that any increase to MidCon would be unfair to them. If anything, they're saying, hey, we're backing you guys up because you guys deserve the raise that we all got just in the past couple of years. So the religious part of me wants to just say a good intention for you as you may have this very difficult discussion, but please remember that we are an investment. We are people. You hold our careers and livelihoods in your hands. Thank you.
Thank you.
And then, Mayor, we had 2 more speaker cards. The first one is Joseph, followed by Tony Charlotte.
Welcome.
Mayor, council, members of the staff, my name is Joseph Weinstein, resident since 1976. I'd like to make 3 points about the impasse with MidCom. Since 1976, we've asked our unions 4 times to either take pay cuts or sacrifice contracted raises. In each of these cases, there's been a synergy with the request. It's because the city's been in dire economic straits. In every single one of those instances, there's been a commitment from the council that they would readdress the sacrifices when things got better. The one thing I do not hear in any of the negotiation discussions is the cost to the city is what happens if they didn't take those sacrifices. The cost to the city of the morality and the efficacy of councils that serve after each other. Our staff is going to outlive and outwork many of your 10-year terms. They are here for their lives. They serve the city. If you do not honor prior council's commitments, think about that cost in your negotiations. What is the cost going to be of future refusals to make sacrifices because this council did not honor the word of previous councils? I've served this council since 1978. I've been on many task forces. I've served numerous city managers. Every time you've called on me, it's been about something financial in the city. This decision should be an easy one. Deanna's done a phenomenal job of balancing the budget. You know, and I know, that there is money in this city to pay for these raises. Thank you.
Thank you.
And finally, we have Tony Charlotte.
Welcome.
Thank you, Council. Council and staff, so this evening, my reason for speaking to you is twofold, both of which are very personal to me. As a shop leader of MidCon, I personally made the appeal to my members to take the city's requested contract cuts. MidCon, along with the public safety unions, obliged because we recognize the importance of not only supporting the city through a fiscal crisis, but it was also about establishing a mutually respected working relationship between the city and the unions. We work as a team. I did this because in my heart, I trusted I was doing the right thing. I trusted what the city had asked for. And so for me, this is incredibly personal, and that I was the one who convinced the MidCon members to take from their own families and to please help get the city through the financial crisis caused by COVID. The second reason I'm coming to you this evening is also because I believe in providing a quality of life to this community because I'm a product of this community. I was a part of this school district, as were my own children. I grew up in the recreation programs, and as a resident, I've been part of the neighborhood beautification, park systems, and city pride. As a city employee, I've worked tirelessly to help maintain the proper function of a healthy utility system and the emergency preparedness. My ties and loyalty run deep in Milpitas. To attract and maintain quality, loyal, dedicated employees such as myself, you must invest in your staff. All my years as a resident and employee of the city were invaluable to the contributions that I've made to this city. If the city is not willing to invest in its staff, it has limited the quality of work that you as elected officials have promised to deliver to the community. You cannot expect to pay management staff less than their peers and maintain a continuous, experienced, knowledgeable, and dedicated workforce. Please reconsider negotiations with MidCon. We supported the city when it was requested of us. Please stand by your dedicated employees and set an example from the dais, not only to honor the words of the city, but also the integrity of the city's staff and management relationships as a working team. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else?
I have no additional public speaker cards now, Mayor.
So please come up. This is your chance to let us hear your voice. So please come up, even if you're kind of reluctant. Come on up. Welcome.
Good evening, City Council, City Manager, and City staff. I'm Dave Morris, 26-year city employee, and I'm the current president of the Milpitas Police Officer Association. So tonight I'm here joined by other members of the MPOA to show support for MidCon in hopes that there will soon be a resolution to the impasse with their current contract negotiations. As you may or may not know, we actually have several MidCon employees that are employed at the police department. Although they may not be part of the MPOA, they're part of the PD family. And if you know anything about our culture, we take care of each other. We know what it's like to go without a raise and the stress that can bring. So that all being said, we're here to show our support and hope this can come to a swift resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. Please, is there anyone else? I think we'd like to hear your voice. So, okay, with that, I don't see anybody else. Going once, going twice. Okay, I will close the public hearing. Thank you, everyone. And now we will adjourn to closed session. Thank you.
Audience, please rise.
Okay, it is 7:01. Is Vice Mayor, are you around? Okay, I went to the restroom. Okay. We are opening up the meeting again, so right now it is 7:01, and we'll have the city attorney go ahead and,
Thank you, Mayor. There is nothing to report back out of closed session at this time. Thank you very much.
okay, thank you. And so now we have this evening with the colors that will be presented and the Pledge of Allegiance led by Scout Troop 2163 from the Milpitas Rotary. Come on up, welcome.
Audience, please rise. Color guard attention. Color guard advance. Color guard prepare to post the colors. Those who are not in uniform, please put your right hand over your heart and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Color guard, post the colors. Color guard, honor the colors. 2. Audience at ease. Color guard reform. Color guard dismissed. Color guard at ease.
Thank you for that. That was great. Okay, so now we have the invocation by our Vice Mayor Barbatillo.
Ourselves in the presence of God. As always, we thank you, Lord, for all the blessings you provided to your faithfuls. We continue to ask for your presence, especially to those who are in need, for your light and hold their hands in times that they truly need you. As we decide and deliberate important issues about our city and the community tonight, I again ask you to bless us and provide us with the necessary wisdom and heart and conscience to do what is right. We ask this in His name. Amen.
Thank you very much for that beautiful invocation. So now, yeah, I would, thank you for that. I'd like to recognize the Scoutmaster, and you want to go ahead and say who you are? Come up to the podium. Just tell your name and your scout troop, your troop, and the whole bit.
Them that this might happen. My name is Jean-Paul. I am the Assistant Scoutmaster for Troop 2163 here in Milpitas.
Is there a mic? Maybe speak on the, yeah.
Okay, can you hear me now? Yes. Jean-Paul Hill, Assistant Scoutmaster, Troop 2163 here in Milpitas.
I'm Nitya, and I'm a Star Scout.
I'm Adya, and I'm a tenderfoot scout. I'm Akanksha, and I'm scout rank.
I'm Shreya, and I'm a second class scout.
I'm Shristi, and I'm a tenderfoot scout. I'm Avani. I still have to get my scout rank.
I'm Ramya. I'm Shritara, and I'm in scout rank.
And I'm Bailey. I'm an adult leader with Troop 2163.
And thank you to the mayor and council for this opportunity.
Thank you for the invocation. Thank you. And for the Pledge of Allegiance, not invocations, for the Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you. All right. Okay, so now we're going to do the, I think this is nurse practitioner week. So we can come on down to the podium. Okay, so this week tonight we are proud to recognize Nurse Practitioner Week, celebrated November 9th through the 15th with the theme NPs, Trusted Voices, Proven Care. Nurse practitioners are highly trained healthcare professionals who provide compassionate, patient-centered care to individuals and families across California and the nation. There are more than 40,000 nurse practitioners in our state, trusted providers who diagnose, treat, and help patients lead healthier lives. We also recognize the California Association for Nurse Practitioners, which continues to advocate for removing barriers to practice, expanding access to care, and advancing health equity in our communities. So on behalf of the Milpitas City Council and myself, we thank all nurse practitioners for their dedication, expertise, and leadership in keeping our residents healthy. Thank you very much. And we have a commendation for you, or actually a proclamation. I will not read it because it's pretty long, but I will give it to you, and I would like for both of you to say something.
Hi, good evening, everyone. My name is Sunny Kim. I'm a nurse practitioner working in internal medicine in Palo Alto Medical Foundation. And today I'm representing nurse practitioners as a board member of California Associations for Nurse Practitioners, Silicon Valley chapter. I'm very honored to accept this valuable proclamation of MP Week from City of Milpitas. This recognizes the dedication of more than 40,000, as Mayor said, nurse practitioners in California, and highlights the importance in providing the highest quality care to the community we serve. We're in every setting, from clinics, hospitals, schools, nursing home industries, and public health, with the goal to increase healthcare access for all. Within 10 miles of here in Milpitas, more than 150 nurse practitioners, including myself, care for our communities every single day, including today. Thank you, Mayor Montano, and the City Councils of Milpitas for recognizing the vital role of nurse practitioners in keeping our community safe.
My name is Sue Houchin, and I worked for Kaiser in South San Jose at Santa Teresa, and I was in the orthopedic department. And that's one of the specialties that nurse practitioners can do. As Sunny said, she's in primary care where she sees patients for everything, and I was in orthopedics where I saw those kinds of patients. And it was very fulfilling. It had been my experience as a registered nurse before that, working in orthopedics, that gave me a lot of background. So I really appreciate this proclamation from your city. And we have NP Week every year, approximately the second week, full week in November. So we're very appreciative when we're recognized. I'm no longer working. I've been retired 11 years, but I'm still on the board of my professional organization. So, all right. So nice to be here.
Thank you. And here is your proclamation. So we want to, you guys get in the middle over here between oh. Thank you. Congratulations. You're welcome. Includes the presentations, and I would also like to mention that our very own vice mayor, his wife is a registered nurse, and his son. I just wanted to let you know that. Thank you, or thank them for this, for the hard work. Thank you. Okay, so now we're back on to public forum. And members of the public are invited to speak on any item that is not on today's agenda. Please note that oral public comment may only be provided here at the council chambers in public, in person. City Clerk, do you have any comments from?
Yes, I have several public speaker cards, Mayor.
thank
I'll
you.
read them to you in order. The first we have is Marvin Serber, followed by Juan Ali Santosa, and then Linda Jiang.
Welcome.
Hi, my name is Marvin Server. I am 14 years old and I live in Milpitas. 2 years ago, I started the Milpitas Hanukkah menorah riding. This free event showed how to light the Hanukkah menorah. There was Hanukkah food, crafts, and holiday-themed games. Local businesses contributed raffle prizes and funding to make it a fun and memorable community event. It was attended by over 75 people, including some of you, including Mayor Montano, City Council members Leanne and Chua, and even Assembly member Alex Lee. I wanted this year's event to be even bigger and better, so I applied for Milpitas City Arts Grant. With this grant, the event will be an official City of Milpitas cultural event. We will be able to reach even more people. Because the city will promote the event, the event will be on the city's calendar. Promote the event will be on the calendar. It will be Milpitas' first and only Jewish cultural event ever. It is so important to learn about other people's cultures, and it is so important for me to share my culture with my community. The Arts Commission has already voted to send my grant request to the City Council. I hope that you all will approve my grant request. Together, we can make this year's Milpitas menorah riding the best one in California. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And it's always good to see our youth come before the city council. Thank you so much. Appreciate you.
Next, we have Juan Ali Santosa, followed by Linda Jiang, and then Michelle Liu. Please
Okay,
come up to the...
Welcome.
Hi, good evening. Name Juan Ali Santosa, address 2290 Glenfield Drive, Milpitas. I'm here today to express my support for members of MidCon in Milpitas. I was very concerned when I heard about the inequality that is happening in Milpitas. We must take good care of our people who have proven experience, know what to do, and have done a good job for Milpitas. If increased turnover occurs due to this, we must realize that it takes time. It may cost more to recruit new replacement, and not to mention the possible delay or lowering quality of service while the hiring process is pending. I must say, when I was on a Milpitas school board from 2008 to 2016, we were able to work together as one team. I'm proud to say we also proactively took good care of our people. I personally live by 2 golden rules. Rule number 1, take good care of our employees. Rule number 2, if we find ourselves in a situation where we don't, we need to look at rule number 1. I respectfully urge you to do the right thing. Regards, Juan Ali Santosa. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Next, we have Linda Jiang, followed by Michelle Liu, and then Kavi. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Linda Jiang. I live on 2219 Pinar Street. I'm here tonight to raise my concerns with planned installation of a cell facility at 2176 Skyline Drive, which is only 200 feet away from my home. And in total, 32 homes and 2 parks are within 300 feet of the installation site. I did not receive any notification either from the city or from the installation company. Luckily, my neighbor received a notification letter from the company and informed me. I am very concerned with long-term health impact the cell station can pose to my family. I have lived in this house for almost 30 years. I have no intention of moving. I'm asking Mayor Mr. Montana and the city council members to postpone construction and have a public hearing for nearby neighbors to have a chance to voice our concerns. Many neighboring cities actually enacted ordinance to regulate cell tower installation near homes, schools, and parks. And this site, as I said, it's within 300 feet. There are 32 homes and 2 very popular parks. So also last week, I with my neighbor came to the city, asked for more information. We were asked to write an email. We are still waiting for a response. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your concerns. We'll have our...
Really concerned. I'm representing lots of my neighbors who cannot make here. Everybody has to go to work.
So you're talking about a cell phone tower?
Yes,
Okay.
so
we would have-
2176 Skyline. Oh, I forgot to mention, it's going to be installed next Wednesday. And my neighbor only received a letter from the installation company, Crown Castle,
Okay.
10
We're
days
going to-
ago. I didn't even receive one.
Yeah, I'm going to have our Matt, our assistant city manager, get back in touch with you.
Great.
Okay? All right,
Thank you so much. Have a good evening.
Thank you.
Next, we have Michelle Liu, followed by Kavi, and then Michael Fasadi.
Okay, welcome.
Hi, good evening. Thank you for Mayor Matano and the council member. Let's give us a chance to speak in here. We are here because we live in the same neighborhood as Linda. And so we just recently learned that there's 2 cell facilities going to be installed within 30 feet of our neighborhood. And one of them extremely close to homes. We want to understand behind this installation, what steps are required for approval and what regulation determined where these towers can be placed. And the third one is how many more facilities are telecom company planning to install in the near future. We're very concerned about residents who were not informed before the installation began. So we feel that community should have a chance to provide input and keep informed about these projects. Most important, we want to make sure there are safety measures and health protections in the place that everyone living nearby. And transparency and community involvement are very important to us. We hope the council can provide clarity on these issues. Thank you for listening and the attention to your neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments. And
Next,
again-
we have Kavi, followed by Michael Fasadi, and then Min Gloria.
Hello, Mayor and the Vice Mayor. My name is Kaveri Rangaraj. I live on Skyline Drive, 2224 Skyline Drive. The cell tower, what is going to be happening is 4 houses away from me. That's not my concern. It is just my house is involved close. But I'm in general concerned. How can the city can let this thing happen without having any neighbors' input? I'm really deeply concerned because it is radiation. And then we don't know how far, how it is. And I came and talked to the engineer and he told me it is going to be very little, that 30 feet high, and it's going to be. What about the house right next to it? There are 2 houses right next to it, right? Right across one also. What is the impact on them? Why they are not notified enough? I mean, to speak about it, both of the families are having the cancer at this time. What are the impact on them? And that is my big concern. And then also we were notified this is going to happen in a 10-15 days window time. And that is not okay at all. Is it the concern of the city to look after the welfare of the citizens, or let it, big companies with the money come and make it happen, and then, okay, you have the permit given to them in March or April of this month. How is this possible? Why it is not a concern? Because none of you live there? Is that what the thing is? You don't want that in your own yard or front yard or neighbor's yard, something like that. Look into this, and we don't want that happen without any further this thing. I really don't want that. I'm really wanting to protest on the day when they come to do it if you don't take in action. It's for sure, because that's not okay. That's not okay at all. Please.
Thank you for your comments. Again, we will have our assistant city manager meet with you. If you can give him your name and number, he's right there. Right, no, he's right here.
Next, we have Michael Fasadi, followed by Min Gloria, and then Padma.
Okay, welcome.
Thank you, Mayor Montano. Good evening, City Council members. My name is Michael Fasadi. I'm a fellow senior planner here and a former MidCon member with the City of Milpitas. It's a privilege and honor to be able to share with you my experience with the City of Milpitas and hopefully frame my view of the current situation between MidCon and the city. I had the opportunity to watch my fellow MidCon brothers and sisters advocate for their rights and respectfully share their concerns with the council. Their actions gave me the courage to share my story. And when I saw them, I saw the council. See, I was able to work here 9 years with the city. And I'm looking at the city manager Santana. And the times I remember were specifically I had to do outside of the city. You know, I specifically remember running into Mayor Montano just to have coffee or seeing you at Starbucks. Councilmember Leanne sharing with me some of her concerns for the community, especially Councilmember Chua. We always talked about ADU strategies, which we both are big fans of. I even had the opportunity to, even though I didn't work with Councilmember Barbadillo so much, I remember him being with the council when I initially started, him taking some time off, and him wanting to reinvest back in the community and coming back. That's when I left. And again, I understand that Councilmember Lamb came from the school board. And I had the opportunity, maybe not others did, to kind of see the reflection of the council members. And it was always such a positive experience. There was always this, I really enjoyed working here. I left for a different opportunity, but I hold no grudges with the city of Milpitas because of that. I left because I wanted to grow. And when you grow, it's hard in local government. It's hard. You know, there's not opportunities to grow in local government. And that's why I have no grudges. It's just kind of the way it is. Oh, but okay.
Yeah, wrap it up.
I want to say MidCon's looking to grow too. Not into a position, but just as an organization, and the culture they create runs with me and runs with you, and I hope you consider their negotiations. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Next, we have Min Gloria, followed by Padma, and then Iris Zhu.
Welcome.
Thank you. The Honorable Mayor and Council members, I would like you to hear me as a person as well as a leader. If something in your heart of heart is unfair to a workforce that serves the community, the city, that thing can never be politically right or made right by any numbers, especially when those numbers included what the workforce sacrificed in good faith. I asked if others who are from other union groups would write us some supportive words to share with you. This is what I have, but within 2 minutes, I probably won't have enough time to read them word by word. One says, the finance department has always been a very lean department. Everyone puts in 120% to meet expectations. The other says that she had worked with colleagues in solid waste team, utility team, environment and water compliance, and she appreciates them so much. And she feels very lucky to have been able to work with them, learn from them, and she believed that the community has been received very, very good service and will be happy to see that as continued service. I hope that you can see our culture, that we are there for each other and be there for us in your leadership role. We are here tonight not to fight, to matter. We know that we matter to each other, across the city, and to the community. We are here to ask you to do right by us by reaching a decision that sends a message that says to all of us, our colleagues here and beyond Milpitas, that after everything we've done right by the city and our community, we matter, and that we won't have to fight to matter.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for hearing us.
Thank you.
Next, we have Padma, followed by Iris Zhu.
Good evening, everybody.
Welcome.
I am Padma Subaraya. I live on Glenview Drive. I've been a long-time resident of Milpitas. I have come here in protest of the cell tower that is being installed. I literally got to know about it 15 minutes before the meeting from my fellow neighbor. I was not notified. I haven't received any information regarding that, and I'm sure we would have more people from my neighborhood if people knew about it. I am concerned about the health and safety risks created by the electromagnetic radiation that is going to come out of these towers. We have precedents from many other Bay Area cities that have restricted or completely banned putting cell towers or cell antennas in neighborhood. For example, Walnut Creek requires cell towers and antennas not to be located within 1,500 feet of any school, park, or residential zone. Mill Valley prohibits new wireless facilities in residential zones. Fairfax has put a pause on new cell tower installations and requires setbacks from residences and schools. Los Altos prohibits placement in residential areas and setbacks of and requires setbacks of 500 feet from schools and multifamily residences. So I don't know if enough due diligence has been done on this matter. I definitely would like to see more of that, and I would want to understand the implications before something like this gets installed in front of my house on Glenview Drive and on Skyline before next Wednesday. That is when it is scheduled for 11th and the 12th. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And please be sure to give your name and number to our Assistant City Manager.
Yeah.
So he can get a hold of you and maybe have a meeting with all of you.
The final card I have is from Iris.
Thank you, Mayor and City Council members.
Welcome. Can you speak into the mic?
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor and the council members, to give me this opportunity to speak. I'm here today to protest the same issue that the previous speakers had talked about, the cell phone tower that to be installed next week, right in the middle of the high density residential area. And it's very close to two nearby parks, which are very popular, and many kids and families play and exercise. So as you know, the cell station that's close to the distance for cell station makes a big difference in terms of the exposure to the radiation. The closer the distance, the stronger the radiation to the nearby people. So since this cell tower will be installed in the middle of the residential area and actually in front of two houses, that's a very high risk posed to people's health. So we are Milpitas City residents that we work really hard, pay taxes to support the city and community. And we are very concerned about our own health and well-being. And we hope the city can take immediate action to pause this installation and to further investigation and to let more people know the risk and the benefit of this installation, how it's justified.
Thank you very much. Again, give your name and number to
Can I say
the
something?
Assistant City Manager. Your time is up. It's up. Yeah, 2 minutes. Please give your name. You can follow up with him.
I have no additional public speaker cards, Mayor.
Is there anyone else in the public that would like to make any comments not on the agenda? Okay, seeing none, I will close the public forum. Okay, so now moving on to the reading of the City Council Code of Conduct. Does any of my colleagues want to read it? We have Councilmember Chua, would you like to
Mayor,
read it?
before the code of conduct, we have the conflict of interest in campaign contributions.
Oh, yeah, I did miss it. I crossed it out by accident. Okay, go ahead, City Attorney.
Thank you, Mayor. I ask the mayor and every other member of the City Council whether he or she has any financial or personal conflict of interest related to any of the items on tonight's agenda.
Vice Mayor Barbadillo,
I do not have.
Councilmember Chua,
None.
Councilmember Lamb,
None.
Councilmember Leanne,
None.
Mayor Montano.
None.
Thank you. I further ask the mayor and every other member of the City Council to please disclose any campaign contributions of $100 or more received within the last 12 months from any of the parties entering into contracts with the city on tonight's agenda, or contributions received from development project applicants for development projects on tonight's agenda.
Vice Mayor Barbadillo,
None.
Councilmember Chua,
None.
Councilmember Lamb,
None.
Councilmember Leanne,
None.
Mayor Montano.
None.
Thank you, Mayor. Let the record reflect no reported conflicts. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Now moving on to the City Code of Conduct. Councilmember Chua, would you? Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Milpitas City Code of Conduct. Be respectful and courteous. Model civility. Avoid surprises. Praise publicly and criticize privately. Focus on the issue, not the person. Use electronic devices appropriately while on the council dais. Disclose conflicts of interest and affiliations related to agenda items. Separate governing from campaigning. The council speaks with one voice after making policy on issues. Respect the line between policy and administration. Council will hold one another accountable to comply with this code of conduct. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you very much for that. So now moving on to the approval of the agenda. Does anyone have any changes to make? If not, I would like a motion, and we have Councilmember Chua.
So moved.
Is there a second? Second. And we have, it was motioned by Councilmember Chua and seconded by Vice Mayor Barbadillo. And so now let's call for the vote.
Vice Mayor Barbadillo,
Aye.
Councilmember Chua,
Aye.
Councilmember Lamb,
Aye.
Councilmember Leanne,
Aye.
Mayor Montano.
Aye. Okay, thank you for that. So now moving on to the consent calendar. Staff, do you have any comments on the consent calendar?
No.
Okay, and then now moving on with the council, do you have any? We have Councilmember Lamb. Hold on, let me see.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to pull C4, C7, and C9.
Okay, so Councilmember Lamb is pulling C4, C7, and C9, okay? Any other ones? If not, let's call for the vote. No, let's make a motion to accept the calendar with those pullouts. Anyone?
Motion.
We have Councilmember Leanne. Do you have it? Do you have yours on, Councilmember Leanne? Your button?
Move to approve the consent item except for C4, 7, and 9.
Is there a second? I think we have Vice Mayor, Vice Mayor seconded? And now let's call for the vote.
Mayor, before we have a vote, we need to call for public comment.
Public comment on the consent calendar. Seeing none, let's call for the vote.
Vice Mayor Barbadillo,
Aye.
Councilmember Chua,
Aye.
Councilmember Lamb,
Aye.
Councilmember Leanne,
Aye.
Mayor Montano.
And I am aye. Thank you. And so now we're moving on to leadership and support services. City Manager.
So the next item is the City Council priority setting session. If you recall, we met late in October to review several priorities, and the council deferred the final voting or revoting for this item. And so Matt is just going to provide a quick presentation refreshing everyone's memory on the topics that the council was asked to vote on. I understand that there are some updates that with respect to withdrawals of items that may be voted on, and so we'll just go through that as Matt presents. So Matt, I'm going to hand it over to you.
Thank you, City Manager, and thanks to Julie Minot, who's sitting here next to me. He's done a lot of work preparing us all for this, so thank you, Julie. So on the, as Deanna mentioned, we're going to re-review the council referrals from the prioritization and ranking that was presented on the October 2nd priority setting session. And then we're going to request for you to vote on those items to see which items you want to move forward to the next prioritization for ranking in terms of highest priority prioritization. And then we also have one-time funds that we'll review tonight that can be allocated to City Council priority initiatives. And you can make some of those allocations tonight if you desire, or that can be done at a future time. So first up, these next two slides, and so this is called bucket 2, and so there's 7 items on this slide and another 9 items on the next slide, so a total of 16 items. These are new items that have been brought forward by mayor and city council members that are not yet city priorities for staff to work on, but if they're voted to move forward tonight, they may become city priorities for us to work on. And so I'm going to briefly walk through these 16 items, and then we'll continue the presentation, and then obviously seek any city council feedback before we begin the voting process. But again, these 16 items on this slide and the next slide are those items that we're going to request that you vote on to see which items move forward as priorities for staff to work on. So I will briefly go through them. The first item, updated mural program policy to allow for enhanced commissioner input. I want to draw your attention to what we put in bold in the fourth column on the table. I'm not going to read every line on here verbatim because I know you got this in advance and you have it in front of you right now. But what we put in bold is what our next step would be if these items get prioritized. So as an example on this one, if this is prioritized, staff will draft edits to the policy that articulate the final approval of the mural designs is under the purview of the Arts Commission. And then we will, of the entire Arts Commission, and then we bring that new policy forward for City Council feedback. That's an example of a next step we would take if this item gets prioritized. I also wanted to point out on the third column here, some of these items have costs associated with them that have been estimated, and that information is in that third column. The second item, revised youth scholarship policy to expand eligibility criteria. The third item, explore expansion of smart transportation services. This is something that if it is prioritized, we would bring forward a cost estimate on how what it would cost to expand smart services to locations such as San Jose International Airport and Regional Medical Center in San Jose. The fourth item, Ring Doorbell Initiative, which would be a program that some other cities have implemented that could provide a low cost or no cost Ring doorbell security, no cost to bring doorbell security devices to residents. And again, that if this got prioritized, a policy on how those would be distributed would be brought forward to the mayor and city council. And I'm going to ask the police chief to come up and talk about the next 3 items. The first one is add 3 police patrol vehicles to be driven by low-cost volunteer drivers.
Good evening, Council. Mayor and Council, Jared Hernandez serving as your police chief. So the next 3 items are related to public safety, specifically law. The first one, sponsored by Councilmember Lamb, was to add 3 patrol vehicles to be driven by low-cost volunteer drivers. The intent of the program is to put more eyes out on the street that could be reporting parties to report incidents to us that we may choose to dispatch police officers to. For that one, there are some concerns for exposed liability for the city depending on how that person acts, and the city attorney could probably share more specifics on that one. If that item were to be prioritized, I think that one thing that we could explore is, instead of deploying volunteers, potentially expanding the neighborhood watch program and utilizing other resources, maybe expanding the CSO program or something along those lines, where we would be able to provide proper training and have proper oversight over the deployed resources. The next item, to create a status update function for citizens to track their police reports that were submitted online. The intent, this was sponsored by Councilmember Lamb, the intent was to allow citizens to be able to check a case number for a case that they may have reported to us and track its status in a very generic form. Is the case open? Is the case under investigation? Is it closed? To do that, there is a potential impact to personnel in trying to keep track with that and keep up with the requests. So the first thing that we did was explore options that made it a completely automated system. Talking with our records management system vendor who we went with when we implemented our new RMS, they could build a tool, but it comes out to $16,000 a year and an annual reoccurring cost. We have, if this item were to be prioritized, there may be an opportunity to do something different that meets the need at a low or no cost. It will still impact slightly staff time, and what it would be is either a voicemail box or email address that residents can email or contact asking for a status update. We don't know how many citizens will take advantage of a program like this. And if we were to implement or prioritize this item and utilize one of the alternatives, it would give us a gauge if it's something that's necessary to invest more resources into in the future. The next one was adding function to online police report system to allow citizens reporting items online to upload their evidence directly. This was sponsored by Councilmember Lamb. We've had extensive conversations about this particular item, and I'm not going to get too much into the impacts and the details, and the reason I'm not is that there was a parallel initiative that was already underway within the police department that we believe we can expand to also meet this need, which we believe would provide a better service to our community, and that would be a link system that even officers could use when they respond out to scenes to investigate reports. It's something that we can absorb into our existing budget and that we had planned on deploying anyways. So I don't know if Councilmember Lamb would be agreeable. The need for this particular item may not exist anymore if we roll it into the existing program, which I think is a great option for council to consider. And the final request that was related to public safety originally, which was sponsored by Councilmember Lamb, was to install AI cameras on patrol vehicles to detect stolen vehicles and potholes. And I'm happy to talk about this particular item or send it back to the city manager for additional comments.
Sure, I'll just I'll quickly go through the rest of the list. So number 9 is build a hospital in Milpitas, sponsored by Councilmember Lamb. Number 10 is would add funds to the existing strategic land acquisition revenue reserve that is in our budget on an annual basis. It's an existing reserve that we could add money to that would allow us to be ready and able if a strategic acquisition opportunity came forward in the future. The number 11, Storefront and Crime Prevention Business Initiative, sponsored by Mayor Montano. This would make funds available for businesses. It could be a new program or a modification of our existing Storefront Grant Improvement Program that could make funds available through grants to businesses for improvements that would enhance security. Number 12, the Council Community Fund. This we have an existing fund of $25,000 annually that is used to provide donations to nonprofits and or fee reductions for events such as that they're holding at a community center or a park, and those all come to the mayor and city council. If this is prioritized, we can revisit that fund by adding additional funding on a one-time basis to it, and or increasing the allowable uses of that fund, and we would do that policy work if this was prioritized. Number 13 is the council special event funds. There are a number of really important events that happen region-wide that our mayor and city council get invited to all the time, and it benefits the city by having you attend those. This would create a policy whereby under certain circumstances you would be able to be reimbursed for those events. and your attendance at those events. And again, if this was prioritized, we'd bring forward a policy in concert with the city attorney's office on how, what type of events could be reimbursed for. Number 14, ADU permit subsidy. We have an existing program that was funded out of ARPA funds to provide subsidies for permits and for people who are constructing ADUs. If this could expand that program and continue that program for a longer period. Number 15, public-private partnership for street festival in 2026. We have been approached by a potential partner who would like to fund a street, host and partner with us on a street festival in 2026, possibly associated with FIFA and FIFA events in June. This, as we note in bold here, while a great idea could be an extreme challenge for us, especially from a funding standpoint, but also just from a staff capacity standpoint, not just our recreation team, but our police team, our public works team, and our fire department and others are really invested during that month on the 4th of July event. And so we wouldn't be able to, from a staff standpoint, do both those events around the same time period, even if we did have the funding for it. Number 16, review flight paths over Milpitas. We've definitely received increasing concerns lately about the increased flights over the city of Milpitas, and we are monitoring that. And if this was prioritized, we would put in some extra work associated with that as well. I'm sorry, I skipped over number 8. Yeah. Install AI cameras to police patrol cars. So this is something that if this was prioritized, there are other cities. There was recently a news release from the city of San Jose where they have some AI cameras that have been installed on Department of Transportation vehicles in their city. And so if this was prioritized, we would do more research on what's out there already and what we can possibly do in the future, and we'd bring that forward to the city council for further discussion. It would likely focus on non-public safety vehicles for security and privacy reasons initially, if this was prioritized. I will, if okay with you, just cover this next slide quickly, and then obviously we could go to council discussion, or I can continue with the funding slides. But as I mentioned, those 16 items on those prior 2 slides are not existing council priorities. And so when you're ready, we'll ask you to vote on which of those items to move forward as council priorities. Those would be combined with these 4 items. These 4 items are current council priorities that are either that are at a point where we haven't been able to start work on them yet for various reasons, and or are at a point where they need further direction. And so what we will ask is for those items that move forward from bucket 2, let's just say there's 7 items, those would be combined with these 4 items for a total of 11. And then we would ask you to prioritize this and vote on what's the highest priority to the I'm blanking on the name for a second that we're calling the highest priority to the, high priority, important, and nice to have. And so we'll come back to that, but I wanted to just briefly share that's the temporary police office on Main Street, develop a fentanyl policy, plan a small business open house in Milpitas, and revise and expand the animal cruelty ordinance. And so with that, Mayor and Council, these next slides detail the voting process, which I can cover right now. And then after that, and after the voting process, we have slides that we can cover on one-time funding that you may want to allocate to those highest priority items that you ranked. You may want to do that today, or that's a decision you can defer to a later time at your discretion. So if you'd like, Mayor, I can detail the voting process and we could get that started, or there can be council discussion and feedback.
Okay. Thank you. We'll take public comment first. Is there anyone from the public that would like to make any comments on this?
I have no public speaker cards, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Okay, now we have Councilmember Chua. Oh, Councilmember Lamb.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I'd like to make additional comment on number 6 and 7. Last week, I had a very productive meeting with Police Chief Hernandez and IT Director Daniel Nunn. Our discussion was focused on 2 key topics: enabling residents to upload photos and videos files after filing police reports, and improving the ability to track the status of these reports. For the media upload process, we have a clear solution, I think. In fact, Chief Hernandez has expanded on the original idea. The police, Milpitas Police Department is working with a company called Exxon to implement this functionality through their platform, evidence.com. Once an investigating officer assigns a case number to police report, the reporting individual would receive an email containing a secure link to upload supporting documents such as photos and videos directly to evidence.com. Both the investigating officer and the district attorney office will be able to access this upload files. Since Milpitas Police Department is already moving forward with this initiative, I will withdraw this referral from the priority list.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
And then the second topic we discussed.
What number was that?
That was number. Hold on, let me see. That was number 7.
7, okay.
Yeah, number 7.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. The second topic we discussed was improving the efficiency of tracking the status of police report cases. Currently, individuals must visit the police station in person to request an update, which can result in a long wait times before an officer become available to provide information. My original idea was to make case status information accessible on the Milpitas Police Department website, allowing residents to check updates at their convenience. However, after speaking with the chief, we determined that the implementation and ongoing support costs would be higher than anticipated. As a lower cost alternative, we agree on a temporary solution. The police department's phone system would include an option for individual to leave a voicemail requesting a case update. A police officer would then return the call within 24 to 48 hours. So for now, this seems like a practical and cost-effective approach until a more affordable online solution become available in the future. So,
Okay, what number is that?
So this is number 6.
6, okay.
So we have come to a consensus. If this is prioritized,
And that's workable.
then it will be very low cost
Okay.
solutions for us.
Okay, I'm glad you guys were able to have that discussion. So
Yeah.
items 6 and 7 are pulled.
Oh no, number 7 will be pulled. Only 7.
Okay.
And then number 6, if prioritized, we can implement this at very low cost.
Okay, Chief?
Mm-hmm.
We have the chief?
Yes. Chief, you want to add additional comment?
The only thing that I would add is when I left the conversation with Councilmember Lamb, we were leaning towards a voicemail system. I had further discussion with staff. The email solution, although it will require some assistance from IT, may be better.
Oh,
so
okay.
I think what we would say is that we will identify a low to no cost solution. If you can leave the discretion to me to choose which one's better. And that will also give us an opportunity to gauge volume to see if we need to explore a more intense solution in the future.
That's great. Yeah, I like the email solution.
Yeah, one of them. We'll figure it out, but it will be a low to no cost solution
Okay,
to
very
meet the
good.
objective.
You think it needs to be on the priority list?
That would be a council decision.
Yeah.
You think so?
Yeah.
On the list, maybe not priority on the list. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I also have one that I would like pull, and I did mention that to staff, but I still see it there. And that's the flight paths. Because I had just wanted this staff to just put it on the website to let the residents be aware of, there's a round table where they have community meetings, so that way they can have access to when, where the meetings are. So that way the people will know about the flight paths, because there's been a lot of complaints about the flight paths, the flight paths, the airplanes making a lot of noise, and it's annoying to people. So anyway, that's all I wanted. I just want, and I think you guys already did it. I think Charmaine already put it on the website. I think just wanted to add when the meeting dates were. That's it. So we can pull that one out. And that's, what number is that again?
That's 16.
16. So we can pull 16 out, Dan. Okay, we have Councilmember Chua.
Thank you, Mayor. I don't know if I need to pull this out. It's not on the 1 to 16. It's on the existing prioritized already. Because you're working on this already. On page 5, number 3 and 4, it's already prioritized before, but it hasn't been worked on because of some issues. Planning issues. So do you want me to pull this out, or 3 and 4?
So I would maybe give two different answers, one for number 3. So for number 3, doing planned small business open houses, we are, as part of our work plan through economic development and the city manager's office, we are, and looking at our business license reform, we are planning on doing various forms of small business outreach next calendar year.
Okay.
It's currently already on our work plan, and so this is just takes a slightly different take on it for an open house. So if this was pulled, we still plan on doing small business outreach next year for various reasons. So I think, one suggestion is we could pull that. I would say on number 4, revise and expand animal cruelty ordinance. That's on the list, and it will stay on the list. What we're just going to be asking is where, in round the second part of voting, is where does that rank in priority compared to the rest of them? So maybe my recommendation would be.
I think our ordinance is okay already.
Okay.
So I can pull that to
What number?
page 5, 3 and 4.
Oh, yes. Thank you. Yes, so numbers 3 and 4, and we'll address that when we get to the next round of voting, that those are being pulled.
So, but that's, okay, so are we going to be doing this round of voting on this?
Yeah, so,
one
but
here?
that, yes, correct. But we're going to go through the first round first, and then I'll come back and talk about maybe what to do about those.
All right.
Thank you, Councilmember, Mayor.
Okay,
Okay, Dan, you got that?
clear? Are we clear on those 2 items?
Yes, we are. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Matt.
Councilmember Lamb?
On item number 6, actually, I have just one question for Daniel and the chief. I wonder whether this implementation can take less than 4 hours. If it's less than 4 hours, I can pull this off the list.
I'm sorry, which number?
We did discuss that there's likely a cost associated with number 6.
Number 6, either the phone or the email system, if it doesn't take that much time, then we just do it and we can pull this off.
This is one where we, in our earlier discussion on this, we did discuss from a staff's perspective that given the ongoing cost.
I think it needs to be prioritized. There's cost implications and obviously resource issues. And so I think we just need
Leave
to.
it on?
Yeah, leave it on.
You go.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, thanks.
Well, thanks for that anyways, Councilmember Lamb, being thoughtful. Vice Mayor.
Right. One of the recommendations from Council Member Chua is with regards to the Ring camera. Right. What's your vision on that? Because I believe the Ring doorbell have a subscription.
With the briefing last this week.
Sorry, Councilmember Chair, Mayor, we need to recognize her microphone.
When I read the ordinance from San Leandro, it's for the installation of the what is it called? The
doorbell camera.
The doorbell camera. It didn't touch on the subscription. On our briefing this week yesterday with Mayor made another suggestion enhancing the request to put it at corner houses, right? And businesses, right, Mayor?
Right, where it's visible to the officers.
To the officers.
But then again, Jared had made a suggestion that it should be bundled with a there's a safety one there. So Jared, do you want to make a comment and give us your thoughts?
Well, Chief is walking. All I'm asking is, if this gets prioritized, are we going to shoulder the monthly subscription?
No, we're not. It's just the installation of the cameras.
I can just
Okay,
describe
City Manager.
the proposal. The proposal was the city of San Leandro was able to work with Ring to purchase the actual devices and then offer them free to residents. And in exchange, the agreement was that the residents would share video that is developed by Ring if there was an event or an investigation that police would require access to. So the resident was responsible for the subscription or the monthly cost, but by virtue of getting the device for free, police would have access, or perhaps fire or any other public department.
Oh, so it's conditioned to the house owner or recipient to carry on as his expense subscription.
Yes.
Okay.
But I wanted to make a comment. We already have that. I guess we have an agreement, or not an agreement, but an MOU that people, if a crime happens and it's videotaped, they can share, anybody could share it with the police, right?
Yeah, so we have a camera registry program where residents can notify us in this portal and say, hey, I have a surveillance camera, and if something were to ever happen in my neighborhood, I would be willing to share it. There's nothing that obligates anybody to share footage with us. We have a very supportive community that's really involved in community safety and public safety. And typically what we'll do is canvass a neighborhood. And in most cases, residents share because they want to keep their communities safe. So typically it's a canvass anytime a crime happens where we may want to recover video.
I've seen the flyer that you guys have at the station. Anybody that wants to share their camera footage, you guys put a link there. So
correct.
So just food for thought.
Yeah, that would be good. There would be whatever comments we have would be added to the request.
Because Jared had suggested to put it in a safety
Package or something.
one of the
What Mayor Montano is referring to is during the council briefing, we were talking about two separate items. One was the Ring Doorbell initiative, and the other one was the strengthening businesses. And along the lines of something that the DA's office had sponsored for Santa Clara County, I had made an off comment that if it were one item for community safety, it could cover both of those issues. Maybe not necessarily specific Ring, but just ways to strengthen community safety in general for the deployment of cameras in public or private spaces if they choose to do that. And then also helping businesses, because we do have businesses that are regularly targeted, and expanding their ability to share video and during crimes might be a benefit that the council would consider. Of course, that would be council's choice if that's what they wanted to do.
Right.
Those initiatives were both sponsored by different people, though. And so I think the decision was to keep them as separate items on the prioritization list. So that way, nobody was, slighted on their recommendation. But of course, it's up to council to choose what they do with it.
It's actually Mayor Montano's request. It's item 11, which is in conjunction with my request. Okay.
So I'm okay putting them together, merging them, so we can come up with a strong
Safety.
something that will help our businesses and maybe further some homes that are primarily located in areas where there's traffic and you guys need some footage. I don't know, but then we can.
Mayor, is this also your suggestion to give grants to victims of commercial robberies?
Right. That's for the victims of the business that were.
Business owners.
Yeah.
So I think we need to add that to this one, number 11.
At number 11, so the scope of work of number 11 would include giving grants to victims as well, is that what?
Yes.
Okay.
And city manager, what?
Can we go to slide 4 so we all see it, Matt?
Oh, yes. So we would just add to the scope of work of number 11 that would also give grants to individuals as well.
Right.
Businesses.
Who have experienced.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, I like that. The words that you use, the scope of work, because that's what it is, enhancing the scope of work from that.
Right. Okay.
Okay.
I think we're good.
Anyone else have any more changes, comments before we move on? Okay. So city manager.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. And so the next step would be to proceed to the vote for those, well, I'll say 16 for a moment, but those 16, there have been 2 removed, so really 14, those 16 items to see which ones that you would like to move forward as priorities. And so, unless, City Manager, you would have some comments first.
I need clarification so that as we go into the voting, it's clear. Was there an action to consolidate the ring proposal with item 11? Is that what I heard?
I don't think she wanted the ring because that's a subscription, right?
Okay. It's separate. Okay.
Yes.
I'm good. Okay.
So thank you for that clarification. And so those will remain separate for the time being. And I'll turn it over to Daniel in a moment to talk about the voting process, but I do want to say that, I'll hold off till Councilmember Lamb's feedback.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Actually, on the number 4, the Ring doorbell, I have a question for Evelyn Chua, Councilmember Chua. Will you accept any brand or just Ring?
Oh, it depends. Whatever's the cheapest but still effective.
If I may,
There are other
Councilmember,
brands
Yeah.
more cost
We have
effective.
a city attorney.
for the prioritization process, if that item was prioritized, then staff's obligation would be to come back with proposals for the council's adoption. They could bring back proposals that have many different brands, many different implementation
That's a good point.
ideas, and then the council can choose among them. But what I want to point out is you don't need to prioritize that item, specify down to brand at this time.
That's a
Okay,
good
that's good.
point. That's a good point, though.
Yep.
That I would like to thank Councilmember Lamb. That's a good point. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Okay. Matt?
Thank you, Mayor and City Council. And so now I'll turn over to Daniel to talk about the voting process briefly. And what we will say is what we're asking for the 2 items that got removed, number 7 and number 16, just to be clear, number 7 is the add function to online police report system to allow for citizens to upload photos and videos for submitted reports. And number 16 is review flight pass over Milpitas. We would just ask you not to vote on those items in this first round to make it a little bit more straightforward in the voting process. And so please do not vote on items 7 and 16. And we'll
Question. So when the item comes up, can the maker of the idea advocate for it? So say make their arguments why it's important?
Oh, yeah, it's at your discretion how we move this forward, Mayor. And so what we want to, is when you're done with the discussion, if you want to continue discussion, as you just mentioned, when you're done, when we can talk about the voting process when you're ready.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, so would you like us to start the first round, Mayor? Okay.
Thank you, Mayor. How many do we have for the first round? How many can we choose?
We're recommending 6 votes in the first round.
Okay, thank you.
And those with the majority council support will move to step 3. And we're looking to receive between 30 to 50% of the items to go forward to the next round. So I'll see if Daniel has anything to add.
No, actually, I think you've shared everything. So any questions, council members? Pretty soon we'll be switching the monitor in front of you to the voting screen, and we can start the prioritization process. So as discussed, for the first round, please select up to 6 items to move forward. And items with a majority vote will move forward to the next round. And second and the third round will follow the same process until we have 6 to 8 items total. And City Clerk Guzera will present the voting results. Yes.
Thank you, Mayor. So if a council member does not believe in any of the item, do they have to vote?
No.
Okay, thank you.
You do not have to select any items before you submit, Councilmember.
Got it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. I just noticed something on number 3. I think I added the regional hospital, but I don't see it on the verbiage.
Yes, Councilmember, we actually, that is included, and I think I mentioned in my speaking points, but we just made it more generic as opposed to explore expansion of smart transportation services to the airport. We just made it more generic, and if this is prioritized, we will plan on including regional medical as well.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Mayor, Council.
Council, if I may. So after the City Clerk Gazetta present the voting results, we would appreciate 5-minute recess so we can prepare for the ranking process to start.
Mayor and Council, the first round of voting is open. When it is up on your screens, you will be able to select up to 6 items. Once you have completed voting, you may need to scroll down to the bottom of the screen to select the Submit button. Daniel will now come around to make sure it is showing up on your screens. Again, you will select up to 6 items, and if you need to, you can scroll down to the bottom and select the Submit button. Thank you. As a reminder, you'll need to hit the submit button at the bottom of the screen in order to submit your vote.
So I have a question for Daniel. Daniel, was number 10 on there, on the screen?
Should have been.
Was it on the screen? Because I didn't see it. I think
If you would like, Mayor, you can take a picture. Check your.
Oh, you can't go back and check on yours, your
Yeah, we
end?
can check it.
Yeah,
Item number.
just 10, yeah. Oh, was on there? Okay, so I want to change it. Oh, yeah, so I'm going to change this.
Refresh.
I'm going to change this one here. I'll refresh. Where's it at?
Staff is.
Okay, thanks. You did. Add it. Trying to save costs.
I'm now sharing the results from this round of voting. Those items receiving 3 or more votes will be prioritized. So far, we have received 2. Here are the results as follows. Mayor selected R1 about the mural program, R2 youth scholarship policy, R3 expansion of SMART, R10 strategic land acquisition revenue reserve fund, R11 Storefront and Crime Prevention Business Initiative, and R13 Council Special Events Fund. Vice Mayor Barbadillo selected R3 Expansion of Smart, R4 Ring Doorbell, R11 Storefront and Crime Prevention Initiative, R12 Council Community Fund, and R14 ADU Permit Subsidy. Councilmember Chua selected R1 Mural Program Policy, R2 Youth Scholarship Policy, R3 Expansion of Smart, R4 Ring Doorbell Neighborhood Initiative, R6 Status Update Function for Citizens to Track Police Reports, and R11 Storefront and Crime Prevention Business Initiative. Councilmember Lamb selected Expansion of Smart, R3, R5 Add 3 Police Patrol Vehicles, R6 Create status update function for citizens to track police reports. R8, install AI cameras to police patrol cars. R9, build hospital in Milpitas. And R13, council special events fund. Councilmember Leanne selected R3, explore expansion of smart transportation services to San Jose International Airport. The results that have moved forward to be prioritized are R3, expansion of smart, and R11, storefront and crime prevention business initiative. Since we have only selected 2, we will go on to another round of polling.
Council, for the second round, you will have 6 selections again. Yes. And please refresh your screen.
So I just want to ask Daniel to clarify. So in this next round of voting, the SMART and Storefront and Crime Prevention Initiative, we obviously don't need to vote on those again, correct?
Correct.
So, Mayor, council members, round 2 of voting will now be open. Please refresh your screens and make your selections. You may select up to 6 items. Once you have completed voting, please scroll down and click the submit button.
And IT Director Daniel Naum is up there if you have any questions.
So I have one. You know, the arts, I mean, does it really take 4 hours just to revise, to have the commissioners vote? I mean, why would that take over 4 hours? Doesn't make any sense.
We can review.
I should have asked that before we started voting, but I'd really like for you to delve into that because I don't think it's going to take 4 hours.
Okay, if that doesn't get prioritized, we'll delve into that further. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. I just have a quick question, Councilmember Lamb. Is the one that an email will solve the issue? Is that R6 or R8? I mean, okay, gotcha. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
As a reminder, you need to select Submit in order to submit your selections. With that round of voting, we selected 5 items that made it to the prioritization, making it 7 items that have been selected. I'll read the results of the voting. Mayor, in second round of voting, selected R1, Real Program Policy, R2, Youth Scholarship Policy, R10, Strategic Land Acquisition Revenue Reserve Fund, R12, Council Community Fund, R13, Council Special Events Fund, and R14, ADU Permit Subsidy. Vice Mayor Barbadilla selected R1, Mural Program Policy, R4, Ring Doorbell Neighborhood Initiative, R12, Council Community Fund, R13, Council Special Events Fund, and R14, ADU Permit Subsidy. Councilmember Chua selected R1, Mural Program Policy, R2, Youth Scholarship Policy, R4, Ring Doorbell Neighborhood Initiative, R6, Status Updates Function for citizens to track police reports, R10, Strategic Land Acquisition Revenue Reserve Fund, and R14, ADU Permit Subsidy. Councilmember Lamb selected R4, Ring Doorbell Neighborhood Initiative, R5, add 3 police patrol vehicles, R6, create status updates function for citizens to track police reports, R8, install AI cameras to police patrol cars, R9, build hospital in Milpitas, and R13, Council Special Events Fund. And Councilmember Leanne selected R10, Strategic Land Acquisition Revenue Reserve Fund. The 5 items selected were as follows. In round 2, we selected R1, R4, R10, R13, and R14. R1 is to update the mural program policy. R4 is the Ring Doorbell Neighborhood Initiative. R10 is the Strategic Land Acquisition Revenue Reserve Fund. R13 is Council Special Events Fund. And R14 is ADU Permit Subsidy. That brings us to a total of 7 items that will go forward towards the ranking and prioritization.
Thank you, City Clerk Gazetta. And so that actually, our council policy talks about between 30 to 50% of the items. And since we had 14 items, 7 is 50%. And so that would conclude this round of voting. And as the City Clerk mentioned, now our next step, we do need a 5-minute break to resort the system to put these ready. Then we'll request that you rank these from highest priority to less priority. Thank you. Susan, would we mind leaving that up on the screen if possible? Thank you. So per the request of Councilmember Chua earlier, for this next round of voting, the 2 existing items, the planned small business open house and revise and expand animal cruelty ordinance won't be available for voting because those will be removed. And so I just wanted to note that, and you'll see that when you have the new list in front of you. Right, and Dan, you want to come down and explain this next process briefly?
Council, we're ready for the ranking process. So we'll be switching your screen to a ranking software. And if you could click on refresh, then you should be ready to start ranking, and I'll be up there to assist you.
So Mayor, council members, on your screen, you'll see the items listed. You'll drag them and drop them into the order of your priority, beginning with most important at the top, followed by the next, and so forth. Once you've sorted them into the order you prefer, you'll select Submit at the bottom of the page to record your choices, noting that you may need to scroll down to select the Submit button. Mayor and Council, all of your ranking results have been received. I'll now refresh my screen so that you can see the results. Top priority is item 1, explore expansion of smart transportation services to San Jose International Airport. That is R3. The second priority is R11, storefront and crime prevention business initiative. The third is R10, strategic land acquisition revenue reserve. In fourth, we have R17, temporary police office on Main Street. Fifth, R18, develop fentanyl policy. R4, ring doorbell neighborhood initiative. In seventh, we have R1, update mural program policy to allow for enhanced commissioner input. In eighth, we have R14, an ADU permit subsidy. And in ninth, we have R13, a council special events fund. I will leave these up on the screen.
Thank you, City Clerk. And so, Mayor and City Council, our next step in, well, if there's any questions, I'll move on to the next part of the presentation unless there's any questions. And we'll have this summarized for you as well in the presentation. So I need to, City Clerk, if I can share the PowerPoint, or actually before I do, Mayor, is it okay for me to share the PowerPoint and remove this from the screen?
Yes, you may.
Okay, thank you. All right. So we'll come back to the summary of what you voted on. But before we do that, we want the next part of this presentation and the potential action for this evening is the use of one-time funds. This action could take place this evening, or these actions could also take place at a future time, such as a mid-year budget. So I'll briefly go through the slides for you, and then we can come back to your discussion and any decisions you'd like to make. So we do have one-time funds that are available of $3.3 million. And this is from a combination of areas. First, our Community Investment Fund, which is a fund that used to be funded by ARPA, American Rescue Plan Act funding, but is now funded by General Fund. For the projects that are completed in that, we have $472,000 remaining to be allocated. Stratford School, we had a partnership with them, a development agreement, and there's a $1 million payment that we have received from that development agreement. Our engineering team has worked closely with VTA regarding reimbursement for roadway impacts from the BART construction. And although BART opened a long time ago, it's taken a while to close things out, and we received $840,000 from them. And then through the initial contract review of contracts, we have approximately $1 million in one-time fund that is available from liquidated contracts. Next slide. And so this is a list of items that we did discuss last time at the early October session on this. These, it says staff recommendation at the top. These are staff recommendations based on feedback we received from Mayor and Council on items that you may want to add funding to either now or at a future date. Improve security at the library, park improvements, grant matching funds for new parks in our neighborhoods, Main Street revitalization, enhancing the Milpitas Youth Force Summer Job Program, expanding the emergency motel stay, including funding for events and marketing for our city for FIFA Super Bowl events and small business promotion during FIFA and Super Bowl, and a new economic development strategy to guide us through the next several years. So these items, if you choose to fund any of them this evening, the costs are listed here. Then I'm not going to review this list in detail because we've already covered all of these items. Other than number 4, which is flood mitigation near Milpitas Jose Estevez Library, which is a significant expense, and that we're not recommending funding it this evening, but we wanted to show it on here because we get questions on this frequently. All these other items were already discussed for a potential prioritization, and some of these items were prioritized. We already reviewed the costs of them on the future slides, and so So is this slide ready? Yeah. So on this slide, these are the items that, actually, Julie, so these are the items the staff recommended based on council's feedback. These are the items and the cost if you choose to fund any of those this evening. And then the council proposals that we just discussed that move forward through the prioritization process this evening are under that second grouping. And again, these are items that you can choose to fund this evening, or you could just choose to fund those highest priority items this evening, which are, which one's the highest priority? And really at your discretion. And then, oh yes, can you bold which ones are the high? So smart, storefront, and strategic, and SPAR. So smart, so just looking at the council proposals, the strategic land acquisition, the storefront, and then Milpitas Smart, which we don't have a cost estimate for, are those items that are highest priority. And so you could choose just to fund those highest priority items on here, which are those two bold items. So with that, that concludes our presentation this evening, Mayor and City Council. And we have your direction on the prioritization list. And now if you'd like to provide any direction on funding, we can discuss that at this time.
Thank you. So we have, anyone else have a comment here? So I have a comment. So staff recommended, so library security, general parks, Main Street revitalization, Milpitas youth force. Is that the one that the Milpitas youth force, is that the one that would give extra money for equipment and scholarships?
That is and I think Director Lorenzen is here this evening. This is the summer program where we match
the
youth
summer
up with
program.
career opportunities, and they work
Yeah,
over the
the
summer.
other one is sports. Expanded motel stay, FIFA Super Bowl, economic development. Then we have council proposals, temporary police office. So do those get priority? Strategic land acquisition? I mean, are those part of the ones we select from?
So Mayor, it's really at your discretion. And so we wanted to, so the first grouping here, staff recommended based on council's feedback. These are items that we just wanted to make sure you had the opportunity to fund tonight if you wanted to, even though they weren't necessarily part of that ranked prioritization process. The second grouping, council proposals, those are those items that you all prioritize this evening. And the two items in bold, the SPAR fund and the storefront and crime prevention program, are those that were recommended as the highest priority. Mm-hmm. And so we wanted to share that with you, and you could choose to fund.
Those are the ones that are bolded, right?
Yeah, those two bolded, which are the highest priority items that you rank tonight. You could choose to fund those, or you can, there's a number of choices you can make this evening, obviously.
So, so I had wanted that. We all voted for the temporary police community. It's supposed to say police community room. So we had, it says temporary police office. Is that the
Sure,
same
we've used
one?
a different number of names. One thing we weren't calling it a substation. And so we've used room and office a bit interchangeably, but we weren't referring to it as a substation. We were just referring to it as an office.
We were thinking about the library, but there's no restroom in there, so I'm going to go back to the Main Street one, and that's going to be in the future, because I think that's really important. Actually, the council all voted for it. But for me, so how many do you want me to select? Do we all?
No, this is the council deciding. You've prioritized and ranked the priorities, and so they're narrowed down. There are some that have a cost associated with in order to implement. And so under the council priorities are the ones that were prioritized and ranked and the associated cost. You can choose to fund them all tonight or just a portion of them. And then separately, there are some staff recommendations that we wanted to pose to the council. That there's also some funding needs, for instance, for library security, grant matching funds, Main Street revitalization, the youth force program, expanded motel stay, FIFA, and economic development, and you can choose to fund those as well.
Okay, so how will we do this individually?
By motion. No, it's a discussion. If there's Sounds like Councilmember Chua may
Okay,
have an
all
idea.
right, we have Councilmember Chua.
Thank you, Mayor. If it's okay with the mayor and the rest of the council, I would like to move to discuss this in future dates.
The allocation, this,
The rest
okay,
of this, let's discuss later.
okay. I agree with it. It's, because there's some issues here that I have with some of these, and I want to discuss it in the
Okay.
future.
I don't want to decide them.
So, go ahead, Vice Mayor.
Yeah, I agree that we defer trying to allocate this, and because I don't want to give $1 million in 5 minutes.
Fast, I
That's
know.
$1 million.
This is something we really have to think through.
Right.
Yeah.
But I do have a question for Matt. So under council priorities, although temporary police office sits up there, but then the other twos are in bold, what does that mean for the police office?
It's supposed to be community police office.
Yes, we can, yeah, okay. We have what we want to do is take this back and evaluate it. It means it's on the list. And what we look at is existing staff's work plans. For example, if something is in more of a medium priority and not the highest priority, but it's a different department and they can absorb that work, it means we can continue working on it at the same time. And so right now, our direction is that everything under council priorities is an item that City Council would like us to work on. And so we're going to go back after this meeting and evaluate how we can work on all these items within our work plans. And we'll be following up with you all in the near future with our plans on exactly how we can move each of these items forward, what resources and what capacity. We may find out that a particular item on here is maybe 2 of these items need to be implemented by the same team, which means we couldn't get moving on both of them at the same time. And so I guess in summary, we see all these as priorities that the council is directing and asking us to work on. We just need to go back, talk internally, and come back to you with our timeline and approach for each of these items. And then so at a future time, if the funding discussion is kicked to a future date, that is the time then we would be able to provide you more information on the police office and what we can and can't implement, and you can decide on what level of funding to put on it.
I'd like
City
to ask the
Manager?
council if you could give us a little bit more specificity on what date you have in mind. Is that mid-year or is that in December? Help me understand your timing so that we can prepare accordingly. And then from there, I may have additional comments.
So when's the next budget, in February?
February.
So December. For me, December would be good, but what are your thoughts?
Mayor? Oh, thank you, Mayor. I think that's okay, because it's still towards the mid-year. And I think some of these, I could see like the youth force, I think we can, there are some here that needs some funding. I could see that.
Yes, that's where
That's
I was.
what so the earliest you can do it, I think I'm okay with it.
Yeah, and I just want to say, coming in December, and given the departure of our Economic Development Director, I will want to modify the FIFA Super Bowl, both by way of the amount that we are requesting, as well as the scope of events, particularly for Super Bowl, because the ability to plan for Super Bowl in early February, I believe is when the event is, and in addition, with the pending departure of the director, our capacity gets more limited.
Okay.
So we'll
Thank you,
revise
Mayor.
that, we'll revise that and represent it to the
Do we need a
council.
motion, City Attorney, for that, to defer this?
So there was a motion to defer, Councilmember Chua. I think
Before we do that, can I ask Chief Hernandez a question? On that item, the substation, the temporary. How urgent is that to your department?
That's a council priority.
It is in the priorities right now.
Right. It was initiated by council. I think that there's two elements to the idea. If we're talking about a community space, I can't answer from that perspective. That would be things that the community has discussed with the council for that need. When it comes to a police presence, if we want to focus more on that, there may be some other alternatives. I think it would be most appropriate to talk to the sponsor of that idea to make sure that they're okay with it. I don't want to take their idea and turn it into something that's not their idea. But I think that there might be some options that may meet that need. And so we can have that conversation. And when you guys come back to discuss funding, it may change how that topic's discussed for the council.
So bringing it back in December for further discussion, it should not be.
Yeah, from my perspective, whether you talk about it now, December or February, it's not going to change.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Just a little bit of background. So this is supposed to be a community police substation, not substation, office. There's one in Alviso. And the whole purpose of this station, well, this not station, this office, it's on city property. That means we won't have to pay rent. It was suggested that we use the one over there by the Edge. I don't know if you were the Edge, but that one, after doing some research, they want, and asking them, they want $8,000 a month, which is way too much. And then it was suggested at the library, there is a little room there, but there's no bathroom in there. So we're back to square one, is the Milpitas, South Main Street. And I've spoken to Jerry's Market. He's been broken into several times, robbed. I've spoken to the auto shops, and they would love to have some police, even just a sign that says police community room. It'll be a deterrent, it's for safety. And I think the neighborhood, they said that they would like to have one there. So I've already asked folks, and they would like to have even just the signage. It would be a good place for the officers to go write their reports, to use the restroom. I know they come to the city hall to use the restroom. But that was the whole plan. That's why it's on here.
Let's go for the vote.
But we have Councilmember Chua.
No, I'm good.
Oh, okay.
I'm good, Mayor. Let's go for
Anyhow,
the vote.
so but bottom line is, we'll come back in December and then we'll discuss it.
And
Yeah.
If I may procedurally clear up the motion. So motion was brought to continue by Councilmember Chua. The second, I want to clarify, because I had heard Vice Mayor Barbadillo immediately second it, and then
Okay,
I
it could
heard
be-
other people later say that. So Vice Mayor, are you seconding the motion? Okay.
City-
And then after the motion was made, there was a friendly request for amendment from city manager of continue to a date in December. Councilmember Chu, is that acceptable? And Vice Mayor, is that acceptable to you as well? Okay, then you can call the question, Mayor.
Okay.
could I ask for a quick clarification first? Sorry, are we confirming the prioritization list and continuing the cost discussion?
Do you want to take both motion? Well, so that confirming the prioritization wasn't moved yet.
Okay,
Presumably
sorry.
that's coming up.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, I'll stop.
So the vote, call for the vote.
Vice Mayor Barbadillo,
Aye.
Councilmember Chua,
Aye.
Councilmember Lamb,
Aye.
Councilmember Lian,
Aye.
Mayor Montano.
Aye.
And then as the Assistant City Manager pointed out, we would still need a motion to confirm the prioritization list as prioritized.
And we have that slide up as well, based on your voting and ranking.
Can
Wait,
can we show it on the screen just to be reminded?
On the screen.
Oh, it's there.
So move, Mayor.
Second.
so it was motioned by Councilmember Chua and seconded by Vice Mayor. So we'll call for the vote.
Vice Mayor Barbadillo,
Aye.
Councilmember Chua,
Aye.
Councilmember Lamb,
Aye.
Councilmember Lian,
Aye.
Mayor Montano.
Aye. Okay, thank you. Thank you. So now we have 3 items that were pulled from consent, and we need to go over those too. So that's probably why you asked to have it. Okay, so Councilmember Lamb, you have the floor.
Okay, C4, each of the commissions and has spent a lot of time and effort into the annual reports. And I'm pretty sure most of the council members didn't participate in every single commission. So this is a chance for us to listen to their annual reports. I think a month ago or a couple months ago, we already done first group of people, and this is the second group of commissions.
Mayor, Council, I'm in charge of this presentation this time. This is a continuation of the report that was presented to you back in September. The city has 13 commissions, including the Measure F Oversight Committee. This report features the Community Housing Commission, Economic Development and Trade Commission, Energy and Environmental Sustainability Commission, Planning Commission, Public Safety and Emergency Preparedness Commission, and Youth Advisory Commission, which have prepared new work plans for fiscal year 25-26. Each commission reviewed the tasks from the previous year, categorized them as either accomplished or carryover. Those tasks are reported in the Commissioner's Annual Report Work Plan and the Agenda Report. We have here staff liaisons from most of those commissions. If they are not here, then what will happen is I will present as much of the report as I can, and then I'll refer you to the staff liaison if you have further questions. So we will start with the Community Housing Commission.
Thank you. Matt Kano, Assistant City Manager, also serving as your housing official with our staffing vacancy. So the Community Housing Commission, I've been attending the recent meetings, especially with the departure of our housing official. We have a number of ongoing tasks every year. The CDBG public meeting process is very critical for their community feedback on that. We also work with them on community engagement and Affordable Housing Month. And very importantly, provide them updates on all the initiatives that are being worked on in the Office of Housing, such as our rental assistance program, below market rate program, et cetera. And they help us market those below market rate units. There's new tasks they are really interested in. Spent a lot of time at their last commission meeting talking about tabling at certain events, such as National Night Out or a number of the events that Renee and her team put together. They really want to help get the word out on what we offer in the city for housing. And there's a workshop as well with the commissioners. And they successfully hosted its annual Community Engagement and Affordable Housing and Building Safety Month event, and then provided valuable feedback this year regarding CDBG. And so definitely a lot of robust discussion at the last meeting regarding them tabling at events. Next slide, please.
Next, we'll have Michael Thomas from the Economic Development and Trade Commission.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and council members. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
All right. Thank you, Clerk Gazetta. Good evening. Michael Thomas, Economic Development Coordinator, one of the liaisons to the EDTC. The commission met 10 times during the 12-month period that their work plan was in action. Accomplishments include Main Street revitalization in terms of reaching out with staff to businesses on Main Street and Able regarding the establishment and creation of the Main Street of the Milpitas Downtown Historic Business Association. Workforce development related to Manufacturing Day, connecting high school students with manufacturer employers in Milpitas. Other accomplishments include guidance and development in business resource webinars related to integrating artificial intelligence, access to capital, and social media marketing. Some ongoing and new tasks, of course, ambassadorship that the commissioners participate in terms of assisting staff with informal business outreach related to retention and expansion of businesses in Milpitas. Other accomplishments including one of the commissioners presented, the commissioner who is a real estate commercial real estate broker, presented a real estate profile presentation on Milpitas, so identifying the different commercial real estate trends related to office, retail, industrial, and in Milpitas, and gave the commission profile earlier on that this year. The Commission looks to continue initiatives related to Manufacturing Day, business engagement, and Main Street revitalization, as well as workforce development in partnership with the MUSD in future job fairs, and to continue ambassadorship related to business retention and expansion. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael.
Mhm.
Moving on, I'll be taking over the report for the Energy and Environmental Sustainability Commission. In 2024-25, they hosted the Climate Film and Discussion event in March 25. They supported Earth Day events. They provided community engagement at events, including public education at multiple community events on home electrification. And they provided legislative review and policy input on such things as Go Electric, Milpitas, Zero Waste, Food Waste, and SVCE decarbonization initiatives. For the ongoing and proposed new tasks, they continue the Climate Film and Discussion event in Earth. They'll host Earth Day 2026, providing input and hosting a commission-led sustainability activity. They'll encourage businesses to switch to non-plastic foodware, including developing and distributing resources, highlighting plastic alternatives and promotion strategies. Carbon neutral homes, climate action plan updates, legislative review, and solid waste and recycling program updates. Accomplishments from this year include continuing to advise the council on key programs such as the Milpitas Climate Action Plan, strengthening community engagement on environmental issues, and promoting sustainable behavior through education and outreach. Next, we'll have the Planning Commission. We have Jay on. Oh, there's Jay.
Good evening, Council. For the Planning Commission, the carryover tasks from the last fiscal year include, of course, development review, which is a big bulk of our work, just reviewing projects as they come in, development review applications, and then also just constantly adapting to all the state law that's coming down related to land use and planning and even housing and various other topics related to land use planning. For the ongoing and proposed new tasks, one is, of course, the Transit Area Development Impact Fee update. And then another one is the Innovation District Parks and Trails Master Plan. And then the Main Street Sense of Place Plan and Impact Fee Study, which you've discussed recently, and then also Milpitas Smart. For the accomplishments, some of the highlights include the adoption of the Housing Opportunity Districts, the Comprehensive Zoning Ordinance update, and also very recently, the Gateway Main Street Specific Plan update. And that's all for the Planning Commission. Thank you.
Next, we'll move on to the Public Safety and Emergency Preparedness Commission. We have Tony Charlotte.
Good evening, Council. Oh, can you hear me? Okay. Good evening, Council. To go over the Public Safety and Emergency Preparedness Commission's work plan, we're going to be carrying over from previous years. We've divided the commissioners up into 3 teams, and so 3 of those teams, they specialize into public safety, meaning law enforcement, preparedness information, emergency preparedness information, and fire safety and prevention information as well. They attend out into community public education events, things such as National Night Out, the recent Pumpkins in the Park. We've attended library events, commission events to do education in those respective fields of work. Additionally, in this last year, we added on the Genesis Protect Education and Enrollment Program. This is the city's new alert and warning program that many of you, I think, believe are aware of. I've done presentations to many of your commissions at this point to get the word out into the public to let them know about the new the new system that the police and fire dispatch departments are using to alert the public, whether it be for evacuation, shelter in place, or any other safety information that we might need to report out. Otherwise, nothing further unless there's questions.
Finally, we'll move on to our Youth Advisory Commission, and we have our Director of Recreation Community Services, Renee Lawrenson.
Good evening. I'm here to represent our ever-energized Youth Advisory Commission. Their carryover tasks from last fiscal year are ongoing projects that they work on, college preparation workshops, their youth spelling bee competition. They are key in promoting the Teen Center and our Milpitas Youth Force program. And they also annually promote, review, and recommend for City Council final approval the Youth Advisory Commission Community Service Scholarship. Ongoing and proposed new tasks for the Commission this fiscal year. They have been big proponents of year-round drop-in sports for Milpitas teens in partnership with the Milpitas Teen Center with our Teen Center Everywhere program, and volunteer opportunities with Milpitas teens in partnership with the Teen Center. They are constant volunteers and fantastic volunteers at all of our events. Accomplishments highlight things they're particularly proud of for last fiscal year. They successfully hosted college application workshops, helping teens apply for both junior college, and UC, as well as FAFSA financial assistance, and the youth spelling bee competition for younger residents. They volunteered and supported the city's Milk and Cookies with Santa at the tree lighting ceremony, Lunar New Year, and Holy Festival in fiscal year 24-25. That rounds out the Youth Advisory Commission.
With those reports, Mayor, Council, I'll present you with the following recommendation: to accept the annual report and approve the proposed fiscal year 2025-26 work plans for the Community Housing Commission, Economic Development and Trade Commission, Energy and Environmental Sustainability Commission, Planning Commission, Public Safety and Emergency Preparedness Commission, and the Youth Advisory Commission.
So move. A second. No, it's.
Oh, Councilmember Lam, you do it.
Okay, I have the honor.
Yes.
Okay, so move.
Anybody can do that. Go for it.
I did.
Edit.
Yeah.
You moved it.
Second.
I thought you had some questions. I thought you had some questions. No,
No, he just wanted the report.
Okay. All right. Okay, Councilmember Lamb has motioned it, and it was seconded by Councilmember Chua. So let's call for the vote.
We still have to call for public comment, Mayor.
Public comment, anyone?
I have no public speaker cards.
No.
Mayor, it was Councilmember Lam with the motion and second by Councilmember Lian.
Okay, seconded by Councilmember Lian. Okay, I didn't see you. I didn't see your. All right, let's call for the vote.
Vice Mayor Barbadillo.
Aye.
Councilmember Chua.
Aye.
Councilmember Lam.
Aye.
Councilmember Lian.
Aye.
Mayor Montano.
Aye. All right, now we have C7.
Okay. Thank you. For C7, I read the report, and there are a couple of design for the Caraveras Median conversion project. Can you present to us those two proposals, or have you chosen one over the other?
We can do a presentation for the proposal that we have. How about that? Okay.
Yeah.
So I'll go ahead and good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. My name is Michael Severa, the city engineer. Tonight I'll present the item C7, the medium conversion project. Next slide, please. The project is in the adopted 2026-31 capital improvement program and is intended to standardize the landscape and hardscape of the city medians and planter areas with drought-tolerant plants and improve water use efficiencies to support the city's climate action plan and maintenance standards. The city's top priority area is to improve the medians along Calaveras Boulevard between North Milpitas Boulevard and North Park Victoria Drive, as shown in the images to the right. Calaveras Boulevard is a state roadway, and the city maintains responsibility for the landscaping of the median islands per the 1975 agreement. Next slide, please. All the improvements within the Caltrans right-of-way are governed by their highway design manual. A key policy for medians is any fixed object exceeding 36 inches in height shall be 30 feet from the travel lane. Unfortunately, trees will not be allowed because the existing medians are only 16 feet wide. Staff recommends replacing the existing turf area with a 4-foot meandering concrete strip with embedded cobblestones and install permeable gravel along the sides of the strip, and also restain the existing concrete to restore its appearance. Next slide, please. The appearance of the medians will look like the images to the right, which is similar to the hardscape of the medians along McCarthy Boulevard over 237. These improvements will reduce ongoing maintenance responsibilities, eliminate costs for new irrigation system, and create more aesthetic pleasing roadway. Next slide, please. The anticipated project cost is $900,000. There is available funding in the project, which is approximately $540,000, resulting in a funding shortfall of approximately $360,000. Staff recommends transferring funds in the park and street landscape irrigation improvement project and the annual tree replacement program into the project to address the funding shortfalls. The rebalancing of the funding across these 3 CIPs enables the completion of the projects while still allowing sufficient funding to achieve the key deliverables given current staff resources. The bid opening is anticipated after the new year to start construction in early spring, and the project is anticipated to be completed by the end of 2026. Next slide, please. Recommendations. Approve the project plans and specifications, authorize authorization for bid proposals, and authorize a budget appropriation in the amount of $360,000 from the General Government CIP Fund in Park and Street Landscape Irrigation Project CIP 3449, and the Annual Tree Replacement Project CIP number 3438 for the Calaveras Medium Conversion Project CIP number 3468. This concludes my presentation. I'll be happy to answer any of your questions. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. On the packet, I thought I saw 2 designs. Was it 2 designs or just one?
Just one design.
Just one, okay.
And if you want to go back to slide number 3.
Yeah.
I believe it's 3. Number 4, I'm sorry.
Could we have the presentation back up, please?
So the bottom left corner, it'll be that typical design, which is a meandering 4-foot concrete strip with embedded cobblestones, which is similar to the image to the right. And that'll be applied through, I think, 3 mediums, more or less, to have the turfed area.
Okay. Would there be weeds able to grow from this design?
We'll put a mat. I mean, there would be weeds regardless. but it'll be at a minimal with the matting that we'll put down. There will be a little bit of weed control on an annual basis that will have to occur.
Okay. Yeah, I don't have further questions.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilmember Lamb. I have a couple of questions now that now that you brought that up. Well, actually comments, actually a question and a comment. So will it have any vegetation, like shrubs, flowers?
There will be no shrubs or vegetation.
None?
No.
And then I remember Ned Thomas said there was going to be a welcome sign. Is that still in the works, or is that not going to be there?
Not in this area, but we are looking at the welcome sign, the existing welcome sign at Highway 880.
Okay.
The existing one, to refurbish that one.
Oh, okay. So it's not going to be there. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
And this location, because of the medians are so, restrictive, we can't meet their Caltrans standard, putting a
Yeah,
median.
I remember he really wanted that sign, but it is what it is. But I really appreciate this landscaping, or not, well, how would you call it? That's not landscape because there's no plants.
Beautification.
What was it?
Beautification.
Beautification, because it's really going to enhance the Calaveras. We get so much traffic there. I think this is a really beautiful project that's going to make a big difference in our city. Then after this, I hope we work on the west side. But yeah, this is beautiful. Great job. Thank you. So Councilmember Lamb, do you want to make a motion?
We need public comment first.
Public comment, but there's nobody here.
I have no public speaker cards.
Okay, we'll close the public forum, public hearing. Okay,
Okay, I'd like to move to approve this, adopt a resolution to approve the project plans and specification.
okay, I'll second that. And call for the vote.
Very, very quickly, just confirm you're adopting the full recommendation.
Yes.
Because there's more than just the project plans. You're adopting the full recommendation, correct?
Correct.
Thank you.
And I second it. Okay,
Vice Mayor Barbadillo?
Aye.
Councilmember Chua?
Aye.
Councilmember Lamb?
Aye.
Councilmember Lian?
Aye.
Mayor Montano?
I'm an aye. Okay, thank you. So now,
Uh,
C9.
Yes, on C9, I have only questions on the fee breakdown. On one of this is page 44 of the package, or maybe they changed because of this. This is page number 6 of the what to expect package. And this is titled as a fee breakdown. And there are 4 items: permitting, bidding, assistant, contract administration, and reimbursement expense. And each of the items adds up to 34,700. Can you go over the explanation of each item?
Sure.
Yeah.
Yes, thank you for the question. I just want to, before I start, I want to put a clarification. The consultant had the wrong heading for one of the sub items. So it's not bid support. It's itemized as bidding assistance. It's actually construction management. The cost is the same. It's just the title, the nomenclature is different. So obviously we have entered into contract for the project. So any bidding support would have already taken place. Okay, so just that clarification. The facilities from the 1980s. We have. I'm just giving you a little bit of background before I get into the gory details. The facilities from the 1980s, we have as-builts that are from the original construction of the facility, but we don't have anything that documents any improvements or modifications that have happened since then, right? So what this means is there are there are some ambiguities and variables that we need to be ready to be flexible to adapt to once we enter into construction. So just want to point that out. The facility has also had instances of water breaks and moisture in the walls. So when I say we're not quite sure what we're going to encounter when construction starts, that is one of the things that is taking into factor as part of this this cost breakdown that you'll see. So there are a few things. Obviously, and I'll talk to you. I want you to be mindful that these are noted as T&M. Just be mindful of that. This is stands for time and material basis. Time and material is often used when there are ambiguities in a project and when you don't quite know if there's going to be changes in the scope or not. So you use time and material. There are benefits and there are drawbacks to using time and material as opposed to a fixed contract amount. So we have built in some safeguards. The time and material notwithstanding does have maximum thresholds for each of the fees that are annotated on the sheet. So some of these I hope are fairly self-explanatory. Contract administration is just administration of the contract. One of the nice things that will happen is at the closure of the work, we will get a set of plans and enhancements, and that will be used for folks in the future when they need to make any adaptations or modifications to the facility. So having closeout documents is very helpful for us. And for instance, the improvements to HVAC facilities or anything else that's done will come with often maintenance manuals. And other documentation for that asset that was installed, and all of that packaging all of this information up for staff and the engineering team to have for their posterity is very helpful. So this is a closeout phase of the project. Construction management will, as I had mentioned, at least on our call Friday, I don't know if I've actually mentioned this to other council members, the project is happening after hours. Right, PD has a facility that they operate during business hours. We can't have construction activity happening. So that poses a challenge of, well, which staff is going to oversee the activities, if not in their totality, at least part of their activities. And so there will be some opportunities for construction support services after hours to ensure that it's a seamless and continuous project. So we don't run into any hiccups after hours. Permitting, again, will only be encountered if we have to make modifications that will require our internal operations to review plans and sign off on those plans and issue permits. I'll give you an example. If there are enhancements and modifications that need to be made to comply with National Fire Prevention Codes, NFPA, that will require a fire permit and review and inspection, that will come out of that line item. So permitting is for support of any improvements that will be made that will require internal review. And reimbursable expenses are pretty routine in nature. The scope includes 6 virtual meetings throughout the project, includes 6 virtual meetings and 2 in-person meetings. And should there be a need for additional meetings, if the firm needs to come down for a 3rd meeting because of some complexity in the project that wasn't anticipated, they will bill us for their time and their mileage reimbursement for that. It'll also include such items as if they need to run extra copies and collate material for us. So printing expense is part of a typical reimbursable expense. So that's it.
Yeah, can I ask you about the bidding assistant, which we are giving them 2,500? You mentioned that might not be the right terms.
Correct.
Can you explain that again? Bidding assistant?
Bidding assistance would have already taken place. So we do have a contractor, ODIR, I believe it's One Day something, but ODIR is the name of the contractor that will perform the project. So Bidding assistance can't be part of this because that is already behind us. We're looking in the rearview mirror with respect to bidding. We've already gone out to market. We've already solicited proposals for the construction. The project's about $700,000 more or less. And so bidding assistance at this point is a mute effort. It's not an activity we need. That's already been supported. As I mentioned, it was a typo of theirs. Their header was incorrect. Okay. Typically, what bidding assistance is we'll have an engineering firm prepare plans and specs for us. They're the experts on the plans and specs. Our team has supported them, but they have designed them, they have signed off and stamped on the plans and specs. When we then release a proposal, we are soliciting proposals for construction activity. Various things happen, one of which is there will be contractors that will have questions about the plans and specs, that will have questions about the project in general, even though we often require a mandatory pre-bid conference that takes place. It's specifically to alleviate some of these instances occurring. Nonetheless, there's always going to be somebody that is looking at the package and has some questions about some of the requirements, either for the construction activity or some of the legal requirements that we have on our contract, right? Some of our indemnification, some other clauses. So they'll put in what is known as an RFI, a request for information. That is part of the bidding assistance support. This firm, had they been retained for bidding assistance, would help us provide a venue for contractors to submit their questions to us. They will then annotate those, document those. They will provide responses to them because they are the experts that designed the project, and they'll help us move the bidding process along. They often will also attend bid openings and help with any ambiguities and ensure there aren't any irregularities around that. And they will tabulate also the proposals that we have received. So that's in the general terms some of the bid support that it's encompassed.
If there are multiple contractors, are we paying each company the bidding assistance fee?
No. Well, we have one firm. We have one engineer firm that does that on behalf of the city, and it's only done one time.
I lost you. There must be more than one company bidding on this project.
Yes.
And why are we paying only one company, and then the other company doesn't charge for bidding assistance?
The bid assistance is provided by the engineering firm that did the plans and specs.
Right.
The engineering firm will sit here at the table, let's just figuratively speaking, I'm the engineering firm. I prepared a package that is like this.
Right.
There are 5, 10 construction companies that are flirting with submitting a proposal for a project. Each one of them may have the same or different type of questions. Right, so it's unknown. They'll have a question about indemnification. Someone else will have a question about material. Someone may have a question about scheduling. Right, you just never quite know. And I, as the engineering firm of record, will collate all of those questions into one response that then is timely submitted back to the contractor as they evaluate whether or not they want to submit a proposal.
Okay. Thank you.
Sure.
Okay, is that it, Councilmember Lam?
Yes.
Okay, so.
Mayor, public comment?
Public comment?
I have
There's
no public
nobody
speaker
here.
cards, Mayor.
We scared him away.
It's for the record, Mayor, but I
tired.
understand your point.
Yeah, so closing the public comments, we'll go back to our city council. Any comments?
I'm good.
Okay, so any comments from the council? All right. No, okay, so do you want to make a motion?
Yes. I move to authorize the city manager or designee to execute an amendment to the agreement with NJ Associate for architectural service.
Is there a second? We have Vice Mayor Barbadillo.
Lam's motion.
All right, so it was moved by Councilmember Lamb and seconded by Vice Mayor Barbadillo. Let's call for the vote.
Vice Mayor Barbadillo,
Aye.
Councilmember Chua,
Aye.
Councilmember Lamb,
Aye.
Councilmember Lian,
Aye.
Mayor Montano.
Aye. Okay, thank you. So now we're moving on to announcements and future agenda items, coming to a closure of this meeting. And City Manager Santana, do you have any comments?
No comments and no announcements.
Okay, no comments and no announcements. And council members, any comments, any announcements? We have Councilmember Chua.
I would like to ask City Attorney, Acting City Attorney, to provide us, the council, with the most current cellular installation policy that we have, so we know what we're talking about when asked by the residents. Just a brief,
We can provide information and briefing to the council on that.
thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Councilmember Lamb.
Yes, in the past, I was on the Telecom Commission. Right now, it's called Science, Technology, Innovation Commission. In the past, when there's a company want to install antennas, cell phone antennas, or any antennas within the city, they will first go to the Science, Technology, Innovations Commission and propose and get the approval of the commission and then come to the council. Yeah, so I'm not sure why this time they will skip that step. Yeah, that will skip that process. So-
If I may, Councilmember Lamb?
Yeah.
So we can provide full information to the council on that. I do want to make sure that we don't get into a discussion on a non-agendized Brown Act issue, but I suspect that the issue has to do with the difference between the different types of towers and how the regulations work. But we can provide information to you on all of that.
No, it shouldn't be tied to any antenna. Supposed to be any antenna want to install in Milpitas has to go through that process.
We can provide information to you all about the laws and the different regulations that apply to different things.
Okay, thank you. And yeah, I would just say, please send all of us that ordinance, because I'm pretty sure we're all very concerned about this issue. Okay, all right, with that, meeting is adjourned.